Good morning, race fans. Welcome to the start of today's 2024 Elite 6 Hours in France, brought to you by Warriors for Peace. We have just started qualifying, and the itinerary is as follows here for qualifying. Starting at 10 a.m., we have the GTP cars and the LMP2 cars. Just the the GTP and the LMP2 cars, they have until 10:16 and 10:17 a.m. to get their laps in on qualifying, which they're currently doing right now. And then around 10:13 to 10:16, the GT3 and the GTP cars, or excuse me, the GT3 cars go out and start their qualifying run. So while we have qualifying up and running, I'm going to go ahead and let the engines do the talking. And we'll get ready for our start of the race here. All right, race fans, qualifying has ended, and we are transitioning ourselves on over into the race server. So once the drivers start griding up, we'll go back live.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Elite Racing Network, where we are about ready to start the 6 hours of Le Mans here. The pace car pulled way out there in front of the field. Stay enter. I thought we might get a full pace lap there, and the field is in the hands. Green is out. big jump up there for Liam. He's going to get away and then some. On these big races and these big starts, a lot of times there's a big wreck early. Hopefully they can avoid that chaos today and keep all these cars in one piece out here today. See everybody entering this first section here. Heavy brake zone. The track's got a good amount of grip right now. It's not too dirty. Taking a look at everybody coming down through here. Trying to be safe. Joining me in the booth this morning is Carlos as the producer and commentator here. And you got to be real careful right there. You will get a slowdown. It is very sketchy right there. Very easy to get a little bit too far out in some of these corners. There you see the race format, 3 classes of cars, 6 hours, and a fair share is 25% of the length that you run. As they head down this long back straightaway with a couple chicanes to break it up in between. Oh, we got a spinner, Justin Vandermeer. Oh, head on into the fence. His nose is off. Not what you want to start a 6-hour race.
Oh, you can look at that tire. That tire is gone too. That is more than likely a meatball flag that he has received.
Yeah, that is not what you want to start this race. And Justin, I know Oh, and we got Philip Senzel down there, just missed a corner. I think he's going to be okay. He's going to blend back on. But that's going to make that track pretty dirty in that corner with this new build. You throw dirt and gravel and whatnot on the racetrack, and it does make it slicker. It does take away some track grip down there. But I know that Justin has put in a lot of time. I've seen him on track quite a bit. So he's going to be pretty disappointed to end his, a shot at winning this thing here. I mean, it probably won't end the race unless they're just frustrated and they don't want to spend the rest of the day doing it. But his shot to win this thing is over here at the half lap mark, and that's just, you hate to see that for somebody who put in all that practice time. And there you see the Justin wreck, just cold tires, pushing a little bit too hard and looped it around.
Additionally, we had Ryan Gabel register a potential incident here, and during the pace laps before they even took the green flag.
This is a teammate of mine. Oh, a little bit of a nerf into the back. It looks okay from here. I don't think he did any damage. It's just hard when you're pacing through that section. I don't think anybody really practiced the pacing part of it, and we'll find out here in about half an hour, 40 minutes if anybody practiced pit entry, because if you didn't practice pit entry, well, you're in for a surprise when you get over there. That was something that we were cognizant of on my team and the team at, we've got, Lake Norman's got a handful of cars out here, and we made sure to spread the message around our team that you want to make sure you practice that pit entry because it is going to be pretty sketchy.
Yep, and I am working on trying to get the time display, because that's very important for a 6-hour race. While I'm working on doing that, Chris is going to be managing most of the commentary here for the first, I don't know, I think maybe half an hour of racing, and then we'll go radio silence while the cars drive, do their thing, and then check in every once in a while with you guys.
Yeah, and as long as everything goes according to plan here throughout this race, you'll see me racing out here in a couple hours. So kind of trying to commentate and
what time
keep
is the shift?
We didn't really make a schedule like that. It's just going to be a kind of a double stint. We added a third driver, so we're just going to make sure we get our drive time. I am by far the weakest link on this team, so
I
just want to make sure that I don't get out here and wreck the car. Keep it in one piece and let Justin and Austin go out there and attack and do what needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a 24-hour race, so it's not very important to set a schedule. It's only a 6-hour race. Everyone can be awake during this window, so it's not really like a 24-hour race where it's like, maybe I should be taking a nap while these drivers are doing their stints.
Yeah, And this is kind of a good little warm-up, you know. Here in just 4 weeks' time, we'll all be running the Daytona 24, you know. So this is a nice little precursor and getting some laps in an endurance-style race, and it's something that we typically only see, you know, maybe once, or maybe some of these guys do it 2 or 3 times a year running all the events. But as an oval guy, once a year do you see me in an endurance race. So this is a nice little run at it to be prepared for what we're getting ready to do at the end of January. Taking a look here at the, I believe this is our overall leader, just driving off into the sunset. And then you got, I believe that is Tyler Fode's team out there in second place. And Tyler Fode behind the wheel. So I don't know if anybody kept up with practice, but Fode was pretty quick in practice last night. I believe he was the fastest guy. And now we start the race, and Liam's out here pretty quick and driving away. And now, not everyone practiced. I know the shift guys were a late entry last night. Taking a look here, Justin Fortner's in a side-by-side battle. Tell you what, in a 6-hour race, I don't know how much I'd be wanting to run side-by-side like this. You're asking for some netcode, you're asking for some trouble. I feel like coming up to this section, I believe what they call the Porsche curves, you're not going to want to be side-by-side at all down here. Somebody's going to want to give. I believe it was Justin Fortner gave going into those curves. And let me tell you, there's not a sketchier part of this racetrack when it gets dirty than this section right here, because you're carrying so much speed, and if you get a little bit of dirt and gravel on the racetrack and you don't see it, in some of these corners you're turning into blind, it could be very sketchy. Now Fortner's all of a sudden under attack once again. I believe that is Phillip, who is all over the back of Fortner. And I believe, is Justin Fortner, is that the Chad Frankenfield team? I think
Little
it is,
Eagle
right?
Racing, yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, so they have started off pretty calm and collected. I don't know if Chad would have given that spot up going into those Porsche curves.
With Chad, they probably would have already wrecked in the first lap.
I'm going to give a shout out to all our viewers tuning in to see us on this early morning as well. You know, not even crossed the 11 o'clock hour yet here on the East Coast. It's 10:45. It's pretty early. I can't say I've been up for a long time. I just rolled out of bed about 20 minutes ago because I knew Justin was starting the race, going to qualify. I know that I know what my role was today as far as just making sure to keep the car on the racetrack. So I did not get up too early. Some of these boys have been practicing since the session opened at 9 o'clock this morning. And right now, looking at these classes, we have Jacob Quill currently leading in the class. GTP, of course, we've documented since the start. Jacob Quill's the Dallara P217 class. Just a handful of guys in there, 5 guys, and right now he is winning that class. And then the GT3 class currently has Caleb Humer out front. And then those shift boys that I was talking about, Gavin Hibbs right in there behind him. So they were a late entry, but when we saw that come across the board last night, we knew it was going to be a fight with those guys. They were going to be pretty competitive. As we take a look here at Jacob Quill. Nice, calm. You know, and another thing we haven't talked too much about is the weather. There is a chance of rain, but it's very slim. We did get the same chance of weather last night in the practice, and it rained pretty much throughout practice. So it was very, very fun to drive out here in the rain. It was a lot of fun.
I keep forgetting that that's a chance of happening.
Yeah, but it doesn't look good. That was the first thing I did when I came into the session, was looked at the weather. I think it slipped to like 10 or 12%, in the
By
middle
the
somewhere.
but by the way, I'm trying to fix Jesse Rising is showing in a class by himself. He's actually supposed to be in GT3. Do you happen to know what team he's running for? I don't have that on top of my head.
I believe he's just signed up by himself. I believe it's
By
Jesse
himself.
Racing Racing. I
Okay, so
believe.
I'll just leave that alone
Yeah, he's
then.
just Jesse. He's by himself. Jesse Racimus Racing,
Just left
and
pit
he's
road.
pulling off. Yeah, so something happened that isn't what he wanted to have happen. If you're pitting on that 3, something's went wrong already. But yeah, last night in the rain, it was a ton of fun. I was hoping for a downpour today because it made me somewhat competitive. Is when the track got completely soaked and you had to drive these cars a little bit more like a stock car. All of a sudden, I had decent pace.
Yeah. And it seems like Ryan Gabel's issues has kind of gotten worse because he had to go take a pit stop. That's why he was passing the leaders of the GT3 class. So, yeah, he went down pit road, but he got all that taken care of now.
So I wonder if he felt like that nose damage was hurting him. He had to come in and fix it. Bite the bullet now. Don't give up time over the course of a run. One thing that you got to have out here too, with all these different car classes, is a whole lot of give and take. These fast guys are going to want to pass you right now. Sometimes they got to follow a slower car through a corner. Like if you catch somebody in the wrong spot, that's on you to wait and make sure you pass them clean coming out of a section. Don't catch them halfway through the Porsche curves and try to pass them. I understand nobody wants to give up time, but believe me, the slower cars, we're trying to get out of your way as soon as the opportunity is right. But we can't just move over through some kind of twisty section where you kind of need the whole track. You kind of just got to follow and stay patient and give up a couple seconds in order to not wreck 2 race cars. Taking a look here at Steven, currently running in 4th place. Right now, you're just trying to get into a rhythm. The tires are up to temperature at this point. Kind of know what the car's doing, you know what the line is, I mean, the track is getting dirty in some spots. At the end of that backstretch, I'm seeing the guys kick up dust about every time they come through there. So, you kind of got to know where you're going to have to be careful, and the places that have dirt on them now are probably going to have dirt on them the whole racetrack. Looking back here, and I believe it's the Indianapolis corners. I believe is what those are called. They've got dirt on them as well coming through there. iRacing's new system here with marbles and the track getting dirty and whatnot. It's really cool, but it might be over-exaggerated a little bit. Have you seen too much of it, Carlos?
I have not. Oh, wait, no, I have not. The last time I actually drove in this track was for 24 hours, years and years ago. But I do remember it being very finicky.
Yeah, well, with iRacing's new update here this last week, they have made it where, you can throw dirt onto the racetrack everywhere. But it might just be a little bit overblown. Like, you go through there
Oh,
and...
yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about, what's it called?
Justin Fortner just cut the racetrack.
I thought you were talking about the incident points, or incident penalties for how tight the track is. No, I did a broadcast on Thursday, and at a road course at Legacy Charlotte. So before the Roval, their version of the Roval. And wow, that was a lot of dirt being kicked out. I do think it is overly aggressive. I do think that's going to be changed probably in like a week or so, because it is kicked up to like 11. Meanwhile, you mentioned somebody cut the course over. Also, Bobby Helms has registered an incident. So let's go see what happened to Bobby.
All right here.
Third.
Look at the dirt. Look how dirty the track is. You see that dust kick up?
Oh wow, yeah.
And so now it's on the tires. So he gets down there and he doesn't have the grip. And there was a lot of guys in here complaining about the dirt being on the racetrack in practice, and being very judgy about how dirty the track was getting in some corners, but that's just something you got to deal with now. You know, we've got 5 hours and 40 minutes left. It's not going to get better. But like you said, it is up to 11. It's a little bit overblown. It's a lot of fun. It's a cool feature. I don't want to see the feature go away. I just want to see it nerfed a little bit to where it's not quite as aggressive, because some of these places where you're throwing dirt on the track, you're just kind of curb hopping, you know. And in the GT3s, you kind of got to curb hop. You're driving big, heavy cars. You're going to be bouncing those curbs because it helps the car turn. So it's just a little bit overblown. I think in a stock car, like you mentioned, you've seen a stock car already. Stock car racing already. In a stock car, though, like at Sonoma, the way you have to hit those curbs, I mean, the S's are going to be just absolutely miserable with the way it is right now. Here's Rodrigo. This is a place where the track gets dirty pretty quick. Looks pretty clean right now. The problem is, once it gets a little bit dirty, the next guy comes through, slides a little bit, and he's off, and then it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, and exactly. It gets worse and worse.
I mean, look how dirty it is off that last corner with the dust getting kicked up. Taking a look here at the race rundown right there. But like, see right here where they're widening out their entry? That kicks up the dirt a little bit. But you see how these GT3s have to run. You know, they're all over the curves, helping the car turn. And that throws the dirt around. And it's just something we've got to manage, you got to deal with. You see, you get a little bit offline, you get out there in the marbles a little bit, the car quits turning, you just got to lift. Side by side through that corner is not ideal. They're going to try to make it work. Head down here, get going pretty good before you get into this first chicane there on the back stretch. As we head back here towards the last corner. There's one off right there behind him. Now that's kicked up dirt. Now everybody that comes through is going to kick up dirt. Ooh, a little bit of a miss there. Got in there a little deep. I'm not sure who's in it, but I'm going to tell you right now, that green car overdrove that section. Now the black car's all over him. The black car, obviously, Zachary is in this car. Does an early lift, gives that guy some space. Now they get to roll in here, heading down towards that first chicane. Heading over here to take a look at Phillip. Looking to try to make a move on Fortner. Relatively easy there as well. Heading back to these boys, heading down into the chicane. And in these cars, you really got to drive deep down into a corner. You don't want to lift early. Drive down in there, smash the brakes, get the car turned, and jump right back into the throttle. Big drafts down the straightaway too, you see it. Zach is getting a big draft here, heading down here to this next chicane. A little bit of a wiggle going back to the throttle. This next corner, I've noticed, is already pretty dirty that they're coming up on. And this is a tough corner. You're braking, you're turning, all at the same time. It's a heavy brake zone. It's a tight turn. And I've noticed that this part of the track's already super dirty. See them come off of there. See all this. See, look at all that stuff on the race. That is just dirt that they have picked up through that corner from the racing line. And you feel that on the tires. You hear it in the fender wall. You see it. You feel it. And you know that is grip that you don't have. Let's head side by side down into this next section. I think this section's already pretty dirty as well. We'll see. Not as dirty as it has been in the past. It's relatively clean right through there right now. it has been worse over the course of the practices and whatnot. And they're trying to be side by side once again. This is the battle that just won't quit. Oh man, side by side through here is not something I would be wanting to try to do. I understand Zach is probably getting frustrated with Steven, but you do not want to put yourself in a spot to be wrecked. And Steven might want to recognize that he's faster and let him go, but Steven's putting up a big fight, which is going to frustrate Zach even more. They head back down the front stretch. So you might say, oh, it's easy to have patience, and I'm sitting here saying it too. Like, Zach maybe needs to understand that it's still a long race to go, but you've been behind this guy trying to pass him for over 4 miles at this point. And I get that there's still 5 hours, 38 minutes left. But that frustration grows for race car drivers. If somebody's slower in front of us, we want to pass them. So Zach gave him a little space. We'll see if he drives back to him again. I would expect him to do so. Yeah, he beats him through that corner, has a big run here in the draft. He might actually be able to clear him before they get to the chicane. He's going to have a big toe. Heading down into this corner. Steven has to give way. And they catch a Corvette as well. Is that the Dave Huckleberry machine?
Yeah, it's Ryan Huckleberry driving right now.
Oh, if so, Ryan did a great job there holding his line, letting them get around him. Ideal place to pass, but they were battling, so they took the chance. And now Steven's under fire once again, heading down into a brake zone. Steven's already driving super defensive, and I feel like if you drive super defensive at the 540 mark, you might be lucky to see that checker flag later. Heading down to this corner where we've seen the dirt kicked up every time. And there it is once again. Just the track is completely dirty.
Not perfect, but I got something going on with the time.
What's that? What do you got going on over there, Carlos?
I don't know why, but the time remaining or the status of the race was not showing up correctly. But I have used another software to get that going. So we have that. We have that on display, which is very important for a time length race.
Oh, and Steven just got ran off the road trying to pass that GT3 car. See, that was not a good spot to try to pass that GT3 car. Steven has been very defensive driving, and now he's being very aggressive trying to pass the slower traffic. Some points you've got to follow the GT3 car. You cannot just pass them as soon as you get to them if they're in a tight corner. That was not a smart decision there by Steven. He's lucky that he got away with it. Everybody's got to work with everybody to get through this, and if you do that, like in the GT3 car doesn't see you doing that, you're wrecked. We ride on board with Dominic Wright. No relation to me as far as I know.
You sure?
I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and Steven's off the course a little bit on the last corner. Throwing up the dirt and the sand.
Hope everyone is having a good day. I've just fixed a pretty big issue here as we have an LMP2 battle for the race lead. I'm being told.
Yeah, and there's a GT3 car. They're working their way around.
Yeah, Chris Pierce and Jacob Quill pretty much close to each other right now.
Yeah, and so far this race has been relatively clean. They're dicing through this GT3 traffic. taking a look at Chris trying to run him down. Or maybe trying to sit there. You know, they know they got a sizable margin to third. There are laps out here during the middle of this race that you're just going to want to run, you know, and make pace. And if somebody's around you that's for position, you guys might choose to sit there and run just, you know, 60, 70%. It's 6 hours. This isn't a marathon. Or it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Excuse me.
Yeah, 6 hours, I know compared to 24 hours really isn't that much, but in the grand scheme of things, 6 hours is plenty of time for drivers to have some sort of mistake and then still be able to make up time during the races. Oh, here we go. Mistake from Jacob Quill as he overshoots that last corner, and he's going to have to give up the race lead to Chris Pierce.
A good place to have a mistake, though. He overshot it, was able to just cut the course, not take any damage. Like, you don't want to make a mistake like that in the Porsche curves or back at Indianapolis, like in a place where you're going to hit something when you get a little bit off the racetrack. That's not a place you want to make a mistake. So that place where he just made his mistake is a place where you want to make it. Steven Camp is off the course again, but look right here, coming up to where they're coming to right here. This section right here, it's very easy to make a mistake right here out of this left-hander, get too far out there and touch the grass. And if you do, that car spins, and that's one of the tighter places on the racetrack, and you're going to hit that wall. So there are places where if you're going to make a mistake, it's where you want to make it. And so pretty fortunate there where his mistake was made. Riding on board in what I call a space shuttle. All these gadgets. Have you spent any time in this race car, Carlos?
No, not in this race car. I do the 24 hours of Daytona every year. I do it with a same group of buddies that I always do it with. But we've been doing them on the what's it called? We've been doing them on the Daytona prototypes. Excuse me. Not Daytona prototypes. The essentially the GT3s or GT Daytonas. I think that's what they're called, or were called. I don't remember. But we usually drive those because we feel like that's usually like some of the healthier competition in terms of official racing.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in a lot of these cars. I have had the opportunity to drive a space shuttle and make some laps in space shuttle. And I tell you,
it's a different feeling.
Yeah, it's a way different feeling. Jacob right here, flying around here. And you are just absolutely flying right here at this section in this car. Car will stop on a dime. It does everything you want it to. And one thing I hate about iRacing scoring is I'm scrolling through here. I feel like in these classes, it should be to the class leader, not to the overall race leader. So like timing and scoring for the rest of the race as far as the broadcaster goes, in the sim session, it just says they're a lap down to the overall leader instead of scoring to the class leader.
Well, good thing here in with SDK and this theme that was so perfectly done by Dave Huck over the course of a couple of days. So shout out to Dave Huck for providing us with this theme here for tonight. We're able to separate that, and we do have timing in relative to their class. I can also change it to relative overall, but I don't really see a need to do that.
Yeah, I said that just hoping that maybe somebody at iRacing would hear it and maybe think, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's do that to the class leader and not the overall leader.
No, but
because
actually,
obviously,
there is a way to change that for when, like, if you're in the car, on the battle box, whichever is the one to select, I think you can cycle between class and overall if you're like on F3. Oh, excuse me,
yeah,
if
but
you're on.
It still shows it to the overall leader. You sort it
Oh,
by
really?
class, but it's still, yeah, when you scroll through, it's still the overall leader as far as timing and scoring from. So it's not timing you from the guy in front of you or your class leader. So iRacing, let's get to work on. Let's do that. And while we're talking about shout outs and whatnot, I want to give a shout out to Warriors for Peace. I believe they're the ones who made all this happen. If am I correct in saying that, Carlos?
Yeah, this is the Warriors for Peace, 6 hours in France. Here at Circuit de la Sarthe.
And there's Dave Huckleberry. Is he back? I guess Ryan got out and Dave got in. Driver change already. We are about 5 laps away from a pit stop in the GT3s. I can't tell you that.
Interesting. Keep a note on that. Everyone is out on track at the moment. Jordan Owens currently 23rd overall, last in the field. Who was I believe Field of Racing was involved in that crash on lap 1 with can't remember the driver that was.
I believe it was Justin Vandermeer, right?
Vandermeer. Yeah, it was Justin Vandermeer. For some reason, his crash never registered on SDK. Yeah, he's back out on track. The car is as fixed up to the extent of iRacing being okay. You can get back out on track. We don't know if they still have optional damage or if they have fixed all the optional damage. But something with these cars, especially if you hit it square on and you don't damage any like mechanical structures, if you just damage the front nose, that's an easy fix. They just pop the nose off and put a new one on, and you're essentially it's like as if you have a brand new car. Same thing with the Indy car, as well as a couple other cars that have detachable noses and or rear bumpers. Matt Telder down Pear Road, and well, you know, these are kind of lengthy pit stops, but I think I think this may be a scheduled one.
I do too, because I think the GT3s can go further, and like I just mentioned, there's about 5 laps left. But don't think they're going to come up on you pretty quick. 5 laps around here is about 20 minutes. So, I mean, we're still 15, 20 minutes away from pit stops for the GT3s. But I believe they've got a little bit more fuel and run a little bit further on fuel than the rest of the cars in the session. So I do believe we'll see our overall leaders on pit road here in the next 5 to 7 minutes, if I had to guess.
Being shown Bobby Helms had an off-track incident. Why don't we go ahead and take a look and see what happened to him?
Right there in that corner. We've seen that corner's been dirty this race. And these guys are not giving that corner the respect it deserves. Taking a look here at Nicholas coming up through here by himself. I have to say I'm pretty impressed that everybody's still running, everybody's still here. I kind of thought we'd see a big wreck or two in the first 20 minutes and some guys bow out, but we haven't seen them. We saw Justin have that accident. Justin Vandermeer, I should say, because Wadsworth is out here too. So, but we saw Vandermeer have that accident, and they came around and fixed it, and they're a couple laps down to their overall leader. But I mean, if everybody has a little bit of trouble, we don't know what kind of race we're going to see. Taking a look here at Caleb.
Also, I don't know what went wrong here with the renderer. However, Lake Norman Motorsports has figured out how to paint the tires on the car and the windows. They gave it a red window tint. Let me know. Of course, when they arrived here this morning,
we sent him out there with red paint. We wanted to see
they were told no, so they had to remove that. But the photos were already taken immediately, so that's how the car is gonna look like in the broadcast. But yeah, they were flat out told no. You can't paint the tires. You can't tint the windows.
Nonetheless, that's currently leading that GT3 class over Gavin Hibbs and Shift Esports.
Oh, I was trying to find where Shift Esports was. It seems like they're named
Justin.
strictly Shift Esports. Yeah,
That's my car. I'll be hopping in that hot rod at some point in this race.
and we'll be
Won't go
seeing that
nearly
car.
as fast with me driving it.
It will be seeing that car drop from third all the way down to what, seventh?
Is that last? Because if that's last, that's probably correct.
I think eighth actually. Jesse Reisman and Team Jesse Reisman is, I believe, is he doing this race all 6 hours?
Yeah, he's the only guy on the entry list for that team.
Yeah. So initially, single driver entries were not allowed. However, Chad Frankenfield, after a lot of people were asking for it, has allowed single driver entries for tonight. Since it is a charity race, they just will not be officially scored and will not officially receive any status of victory.
And here comes Caleb. Got a faster car coming. Working with each other there.
Yeah, Matt Telser. Excuse me, Telder. Matt Telder right now currently second to last in the GTP class. Jordan Owens, of course, for Field Up Racing, was involved in that first lap crash, is currently last, and actually last in the field overall.
Tell you what, I haven't talked to a lot of these other guys too much outside of the team at Lake Norman, but Caleb and Austin and some of these guys over there, they are super fast. And I mean, I knew Justin was going to be super fast, and maybe I just missed the boat on Caleb and on Austin. And I mean, these guys are super quick. They have a lot of pace. I mean, it's, Dylan Javier is super fast. Like those guys over there, they have been very stout, very quick. You see a run of pit stops here. This pit entry is very tricky. There comes Jake Quill down pit road. I believe these are our first and second place runners, right?
Yeah. They are officially down pit road right now. And they're going to be making their first pit stops.
Get a chance to take a break. Get a breather. Maybe even make a driver change if you want.
So you've run some laps here. I know before, especially with my only experience being the 24 Hours of Daytona, that sometimes you could double, triple, maybe even quadruple stint the tires. I don't know if with the recent changes to how the tires are, I don't know if that's still possible. But do you think they can extend it past a single, maybe even a double stint?
I don't know. If you give me 4 laps and Justin comes down pit road, I'll be able to tell you for sure on our team if we can double or triple stint the tires. I don't know. You might be able to. I would think you would be able to. It's not too warm out here. It's only 67 degrees. We talked about. I mean, the rain chances have just went down. They've plummeted. I don't think we're going to see any rain today. Very unfortunate. We want the rain. Well, I do anyway, but it's very unfortunate we're down to a 7% chance.
Right now, with the track size and how many cars are on the field, different classes, I should say, my computer's kind of hoping it doesn't rain. I kind of want it to rain, but I don't want there to be anything wrong with the broadcast.
Well, I don't think it's gonna. We started this race and it was like 14 or 15%, and it's down to 7. So we're moving the other direction.
Ryhuck in the YouTube chat saying, "No rain, boo rain." Oh no, Jesse Reisman has been involved.
Oh, we got a spinner, Nicholas Road here.
Oh, another driver. Oh wow, yeah, he's fully spun out. So we had 2 cars having issues there around the same time. Let's look at first. Let's look at Jesse Reisman and see what happened to him.
Heading down to this corner in his GT3 through that section. It's dirty right there. Yeah, so it's a little dirty there. Gets a little slick.
No, he just slowed it down. He's all good.
Yeah.
And here we go with Nicholas Road.
Nicholas, I bet, is on cold tires. If I had to.
Didn't hit anything.
Yeah, he didn't hit anything. That's just cold tires. If I had to guess, do you have the information? Has he pitted?
I don't have the information as to what tires he if he changed them. I just know he went down pit road. All the drivers in that class have gone down pit road at least once.
So I would venture to guess he was on cold tires, was expecting a little bit more grip, but the tires don't have that heat in them just yet.
Actually, interesting to note, Ryan Gabble, who went down pit road in lap 1, hasn't. He did go down pit road once, but that's it. So he's due for a pit stop. Currently third in class, but that's because he did not take a stop.
Ryan's another good road racer, you know, super stout on these road courses. And he's going to run through the dirt there a little bit. I don't think he got quite the practice he wanted to get for this race. So I imagine that this first 40 minutes was him just getting fine-tuned with everything and whatnot. And I think Ryan will get faster as the race goes.
Leader's going down pit road.
Pulls right up on the back of the pace car. A group of cars coming into the pits here, led by Dominic Wright.
And all the top 5 GTP cars going down pit road at the moment, top 6.
Justin Fortner sneaking into the background there as well. Very clean. It's this is green flag pit stops.
Yeah, everyone down pit road.
Creeps their way into the pit box. Has been a relatively clean start, so everybody's still close and doing this pit work all at the same time. It looks like the Abbott Motorsports machine sitting there up on jack stands.
Oh, guys, we have a potential caution alert. Chad Frankenfield has gotten on the car.
Oh, Big Wreck Bobby Hims is down here backing into the tires.
I don't see any damage, so hopefully it's minimal if he did hit anything.
And I believe he was one of the guys that has just came off a pit road, slid backwards for a long way. This is coming out of the Porsche curves.
Oh no!
Or no, this isn't the Porsche curves. What is this?
No,
section?
did you see that? He hit a curb and the curb just shot him straight up. Shot that rear end straight up and turned him around. Let's take a look at that again.
So see right here, the GT3s want that curb, but I don't think these guys do. Oh, he was way far right on the curb too.
He may not, like he barely tapped that back bumper with the tire barrier, which that's not going to be enough to damage the car, but I think he for sure has undercarriage damage.
Dave Huckleberry's out here on the beach.
Oh no, not Dave. He's kicking up all that dirt.
Yeah, that part of the track's going to be real dirty right now. So Dave went out there looking for the ocean. I don't think he found it. All he found was a bunch of sand in his drawers.
Hey, David shot me a message earlier asking me what car number was Rizema, so I'm responding to him now while he's driving, telling him number 23.
Well, this has been a very interesting start. Very, a lot more chaotic after the pit stop. I think everybody got used to that grip level in the car. They bolted new tires on and they said, oh, Lord, these cold tires, I forgot what they feel like. They head down to this corner here. I'm watching this group of cars, seeing if anybody loses it down here where the track's dirty. I'm not seeing everybody doing a good job.
Liam Kern right now, overall race leader, has just gone and lapped everyone in LMP2. So LMP2 and GT3 have all been lapped by your overall race leader, which leaves all of GT prototype except for Jordan Owens for Field Up Racing. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly switch over the display that we're looking at to show the the names of the drivers that are currently racing the cars. So those are the current drivers on track at the moment. I'll leave it up here for a little bit, and then I'll switch it back up to the team names.
Yeah, and it's going to be, you know, very interesting to see the pace that some of these guys have. I haven't seen Chad in practice too much either. You take a look at Tyler Fody, still out there driving around in his car, 11 seconds behind Liam at this point. There you see Hector running in third. Back to Dominic. Now this is the group that's been super racy, and I was curious if anybody was going to make a mistake out here on cold tires, but so far they all have managed to get through it. And the track is pretty dirty in some of these sections, so they've done a great job getting through here and managing their cold tires. You see Justin Fortner there behind him at a distant.
That's not Justin Fortner.
Or Chad Frankenfield, excuse me. I'm still trying to put Fortner in that race car.
Yeah, Fortner did start up the driving duties for Little Eagle Racing, but after this set of pit stops, 46 minutes or 45 minutes in, Chad Frankenfield has stepped in to terrorize the field.
Yeah, and I believe that the drive time is figured to be about 45 minutes. So 45 minutes is a little bit under one stint in the GT3s. GT3, looking at Justin, has not pitted yet, and we are at the 47-minute mark in the race. So one stint pretty much gives you the drive time you would need. Riding on board here with Steven. Got those pink gloves on. He's got a car coming up behind him, doing the headlight flash.
That's Michael Brandenberger, who he actually just passed. So I think NLR Esports here with Steven Camp driving. I think they're in safe hands right now in terms of not being passed by Mitchell. Not Michael, excuse me, Mitchell Brandenberger for JMS Racing.
Heading down towards the end of that backstretch, heavy brake zone. Get out here, put some dirt on the racetrack. Continue on about your merry way. It looks like there's an orange cone right here with this guy's pier. Oh, a GT3. Not a great spot to catch him. That was
a bit risky.
That could have been sketchy. And I think the GT3 also helped contribute to that risk. I think he was trying to stop and get over there, and you know, I feel like he was probably far enough out there maybe to run through that section.
That is odd. I don't know why the manufacturer's logo is not showing up. That's fine.
Everybody just back to making laps. I believe the GT3s are going to be pitting. And I think they're going to all be pitting. I'm thinking at the end of this lap, we're going to see the 959, the 5, the 999. I think all of them, the 11, I think they're all going to be on pit road this lap. You take a look there at Justin Wadsworth. Making great pace out here. Knowing that just out in front of him, he can see him, are the two leaders. There you see Gavin Hibbs as well. And then taking a look at Caleb Kumer. And now this is going to be real interesting. This is going to be they had a start, right? And that was a big moment of the race. Everything got strung out. Now it's time for another moment. And this moment's going to be coming to pit road. And if you're going to change tires, which I would guess everybody's going to err on the side of caution and change tires this first time, because you just don't know if you can double stint them after the first run. You want to get a good look at the tire wear. And so this is going to be a big moment here as far as getting to pit road safely. It's a very tricky pit road. The pit road has a chicane in it. And then outlap on cold tires. No mistakes. Caleb's probably got a little bit of pressure. Feeling a little bit of pressure from Gavin. Just a little bit, because he's got a pretty good lead over Gavin. Take a look here at a replay.
Yeah, 4D Raceware's Matt Telder having an issue as he's currently 9th overall. Just goes wide. Smart usage of the access road, or the runoff area, excuse me. Gets on the dirt and back out on track.
Blades right back in front of a couple guys. Not ideal. Those guys probably didn't like all that dirt and sand getting thrown up on the windshield. Taking a look here at Gavin. He's got a fast car coming. Shining your flashlights, shine your headlights like they don't see you coming. All these GT3s are about to be on pit road right here. Let's take a look here. Caleb's going to be the first one to get there. You'll be able to see Gavin coming behind him. The chicane I was telling you about coming to pit road. Very tricky. Gavin gets in there pretty good. Way better than what Caleb did. And there should be, Wadsworth should be coming behind him at some point here, coming around that corner. Getting down to the pit stop. Now it's going to be very tricky out here. You're going to be racing each other, leaving pit road on cold tires. These pit stops take about a minute. Or they used to. They might not quite take a minute anymore. I'm not sure.
Probably about 40 seconds or something.
Now you're sitting here, and all the GT3s, it looks like, fit at this lap. We got 5 of them. 5 out of the 6 are sitting on pit road right now. Lined up. That's 5 out of 6 GT3s right there on your screen.
There's
big
8
net.
GT3s though.
Side by side, leaving pit road. Who's going to give? Oh, it's Caleb. Caleb gives it to him there.
And Strictly Shift Esports, with Gavin Hibbs behind the wheel, has gone and taken the lead during that cycle of pit stops.
Yep, the first battle right there. But now Gavin's going to be the first one on cold tires into some of these brake zones, and he's not going to want to give up the lead he just got. So now it's going to be a question of how much grip is this car going to have? What's he going to be able to do down here to try to drive away? It's going to be a big draft right here for Caleb. So he'll close back up heading into this first chicane on the backside of the racetrack. Here they come. He's closing in just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little. They head for this chicane. Don't want to overdrive the car at all right here on these cold tires. As they come out of the chicane, the first chicane, we ride on board with Caleb. Heading down for another brake zone. You see shift right out in front of him.
being shown with an incident on track involving Connor Murphy and the George Quill Autosports black car.
Not a good start for that car, I don't believe. Here we go. Oh, track's real dirty right there. You spin it out, you get it slowed down. Get it back going again. Justin Portner squeezes by there. So now I believe that completes our cycle of pit stops with the whole field. I believe the GT3s were the last cars to pit, and everybody has pitted. Everybody has. Oh, Dave is waving to his millions of fans.
Shout out to Dave. Designed this whole theme in a matter of a couple days, and it's outside of one or two small issues, everything has been going as expected.
Dave's getting better. I mean, 6 months from now, we might be talking about Dave dominating some of these road course races. Getting way better in ARCA. He's going to get it figured out. I've got to tell you something.
Yeah?
That I am very nervous about is I feel like there's dirt on about half of this racetrack now.
Oh, yeah. I think that's all going to get pushed out eventually. Question is, how much dirt did iRacing allocate for each part of the track? Because at some point, like in real life, if you're going to kick dirt around, there's going to be no dirt to kick.
I gotta tell you, it looks like it's pretty dirty out there.
And we are about 3 minutes shy from the 1 hour mark. So, yeah, if this is 1 hour of dirt, we'll see how it looks like with 2 hours of dirt. You don't want dirt in these S's.
Yeah, and they get dirty pretty easy. There you see Newt go out there. Matt's coming up on a GT3. I believe he's coming up on Wadsworth.
Yeah. Wadsworth's hitting the curbs, getting the car to rotate a little bit better.
And at this point in the race, you're about an hour in. You're just making lap time. You're just running around, trying not to make any big mistakes. There's the GT3 leader, Gavin Hibbs. The tires are probably up to temperature at this point, so got sufficient grip and managed it well. And the first battle of the race, well, the second battle of the race. First battle was qualifying. The second battle, this first pit stop.
Oh, no!
Oh, not good for my Lake Norman teammate there, Ryan Gavel. I don't think that one's going to fix. Oh, that's pretty rough right there.
Oh, that's a bucking Bronco right there.
Oh, man, that's not good. He's having to do some driving.
The wheel's gone! Question is just what happened. I mean, he is not registering any incident. There's one here where he went off track. Let's see if maybe that could have been it.
Well, he's out here.
Oh,
the beach.
Oh man.
Oh no. I think we got to have a word with Ryan.
You want to bring him up?
Yeah, I think we gotta. I think we're gonna have a word with him. Hey Ryan, this is Chris and Carlos in the booth.
Hello.
We want to make sure you're okay out here. That looked like a pretty rough hit.
It was, you know. I missed that right-hander, and then it took me a little wide, and I tried lifting and braking, and it just did not turn at all because I haven't done hardly any practice for this. This new update, I don't know, the marbles and the gravel and all that stuff is crazy how much more it affects your car. So I got offline, and it just turned into a snowplow. And I didn't think the gravel trap I was ripping through was going to be too big an issue, but then I started, you know, flying through the air when I hit that grass, and that was it. It knocked me around because it was actually I was wide open through the sand and thought I'd just power through and not lose much time. But when I hit that little launch pad, that was it.
Well, and talk to us a little bit about those race conditions. We were talking about it here in the pre-race and at the start of the race, how this new iRacing update has really made it like way crazy out here. I think it's a little bit overblown. I'd like to see them back up just a little bit because it goes from no dirt to complete no grip, just one little off track and dirt's everywhere. So talk to us a little bit about what that feels like and how easy it is to see coming up to it.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different, and it's super sensitive, which I don't know what. I mean, it definitely, I guess, wasn't sensitive enough before this update, but now maybe it's too sensitive. I don't know. I don't know what's realistic and what's not, but it definitely makes a huge difference because I know once or twice going through that, I think it's the Porsche curves, that right, left, where the blue safer barrier is, there was sand there once or twice, and it went from a wide open, no problem corner to like you hit that gravel in it, you were pointed straight for that wall, and you had to get out of it. But definitely makes it difficult. It's definitely different too, but no, it's interesting. I know there was a time or two where I went off, and then my teammates were on the radio giving everyone a heads up that there's gravel down, and then usually after the next time you go around, it's already cleared off, which is at least good that you go through it once and it's gone. It cleans up just as quick as it gets thrown out there. So it definitely makes a huge difference with this road racing stuff. It's a curveball for sure.
Well, and another thing you brought up there that has even affected the oval side pretty good on these oval tracks is the track getting dirty and the marbles and offline. Like, I ran some laps at Vegas last night, and of course I've ran a lot of practice for this race, and if you're offline 6 inches, like you mentioned, it just turns into a snowplow. Sometimes it's hard to see where that line is.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I haven't done any oval stuff since the new build, any testing, but I'll have to check it out because it's way different. It's a game changer, really, how this race was run and how people made mistakes. Because I know a couple people made mistakes because of the gravel. My mistake was because I ran 15 feet into the gravel, but I was a little bit more offline than I think mattered. But
well, 15 feet into the gravel and 15 feet off the air, right?
Yeah, I got a couple. It's weird because it's not that the car like went 4 tires off the ground and then just went straight in the wall. The rear bounced off the ground, and then when it landed, I mean, these things are so stiff that it just knocked me right into the fence. So it is what it is. I didn't have a teammate situation going on in this race either. We had a last minute bailout, so I was by myself. So I don't know if I really would have been able to run the whole race. Well, I certainly wasn't going to run 6 hours by myself, but I don't know if we were going to find somebody by the time halfway rolled around to get in the car or something. So either way, it was fun while it lasted. These cars in this track is fun to drive. I wish I didn't screw up before the green flag even flew when I rear-ended that guy and had to make an extra stop because I definitely had the speed for third. I don't know if I would have been able to keep up with first and second. After that first pit stop, though, I was feeling pretty quick and was running lap times matching those top 2 guys. I don't know if they switched drivers or what, but I was keeping up with them all right. So maybe I would have had something for them, but I certainly wasn't going to sit here for 6 hours myself to find out either way.
Well, and I'll tell you this, you didn't throw the guy under the bus, but I will. What the heck, Kwame?
I know. I can't throw him under the bus too much because I didn't do I friggin' was so busy this week. I didn't do a lick of practice until I did like 3 laps last night. Well, it wasn't even that. I got in the session last night for practice, and the setup we had wasn't even legal.
Oh yeah, we were taking pictures. That was a terrible practice for a race. We were taking pictures back there.
Yeah, all that just to decide we're running the baseline setup, which seemed competitive enough. And honestly, with the build coming out, it seems like they changed some things with all these cars, and it made them all illegal. So everyone kind of had to start from scratch, which made it a little interesting. At least I think the LMP2s for sure, and I think some of the GTs had the same issue as well, where the setups or something changed where they became illegal. So yeah, that was interesting, but very little practice. It was fun while it lasted. Wish it could have gone a little better, but I do like these endurance races when they work out. This one didn't.
Well, Ryan, before we let you jump out of here and go down and help out the rest of the team, maybe do some spotting and whatnot, I'll be down there shortly. I got to get in this car at some point. I got to hope I don't do what you did. But are there any shout-outs you want to give or thank yous you want to give?
Yeah, thanks to you guys up here in the booth, Chad, and everybody for putting this on, and all the teammates out there running way better than I was. And I know our GT3 cars look real good right now. That's definitely the tightest battle up there between Gavin and Caleb, and Justin's hanging in there too. And Bodie's a little bit off. That Liam Kerr fella in the 24 is really fast, so we'll have to have some sort of mistake happen with him, or maybe their other driver's not as good. Who knows? But I know Fody and Stanley will have a shot here once this thing gets closer to the end.
All right, Ryan, thanks for coming up here and talking to us, giving us your time after the vicious hit out there. We're glad to hear you awake and alert and being all right.
Yeah, I'm on my way to Halifax, don't worry.
It's quite the plane ride, dude.
Yeah, I don't even know what country I'm in right now. That's what the doctors were asking me, but I didn't know how to answer. Bonjour.
I believe we are in, we're in France over here,
Yep.
so.
Bienvenue. Welcome back to Halifax, because that's where I'm going. Yeah, this thing's
All
killed.
right.
I got 20 minutes of damage, so I probably won't be back out there, but I'll hang out and help out the fellas here. So thanks for having me.
All right, thanks for coming up here and talking to us, Ryan.
Yeah, see ya.
Well, that was Ryan we just spent some time with. He's got quite the helicopter flight back to Halifax.
Mm-hmm. Could be maybe like over a day's flight.
In the helicopter, it's going to be quite a while.
Yeah.
Multiple stops to get fuel, probably, too.
Oh yeah. I don't even think are there helicopters that can go over the Atlantic?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
All right. Well, we were scheduled to go on the air here for like the first hour or so. I guess depending on how Chris is doing. Chris, I think you have a stint coming up soon. How are you feeling? Do you still want to keep commentating, or do you want to go ahead and take a break and get yourself mentally prepared?
I think I'm going to have to jump out of here, get ready to get in this race car and put in maybe just one stint. I don't know. You know, it depends on how it's going, but I just want to make sure I meet my drive time and let these two guys, you know, Justin and Austin, and you heard Ryan talk about the GT3 battle. You know, you got Caleb up here. Of course, that's the team car, the sister car to the car that I will be getting in there with Justin Wadsworth, and Justin's kept us in contention, and I just got to make sure to not get in here and mess the car up or take us out, and let him and Austin go to work and see if we have a shot to win this thing at the end. If not, you know, it looks like Caleb's right up there, and I imagine Caleb will be getting out of that car here at the next stint as well, and letting Dylan get in there, and Dylan's got just as much pace, so should be a fun race, fun event, and a great race. And I think we'll be back with about an hour to go or so, Carlos.
We'll be playing it by ear. I think every once in a while, maybe every hour or so, I or another member of the production team will hop on and give maybe a quick recap, maybe talk for a couple minutes before we go back to atmosphere type of sounds events for the broadcast. So thank you so much, Chris, for hopping on in here for the first hour, and for sure we'll have you back. I think we'll have you back for the last hour. And then good luck in your stint.
All right, thanks, and shout out to everybody at Elite, Dave Huckleberry, who I believe is still in the race. If not, you know, Ryan's out there somewhere. Shout out to them, Chad, and big shout to everybody at Warriors for Peace for putting this event on. It's a lot of fun getting all the Oval guys involved in some of this endurance racing and some of this road stuff. So hopefully this is the first of many events like this in the future.
All right. Thank you so much. And that's going to do it here for the first hour of commentary here for the Warriors for Peace presented Elite 6 Hours in France. So we'll be back periodically every once in a while. For sure, we'll be back with the closing laps of commentary. And then just enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the sounds of the cars going around this beautiful track. And, well, have fun, guys. One last quick note of thing. I will be here in terms of production, monitoring, making sure everything's A-OK, switching cameras every once in a while, and I will be monitoring YouTube as well. So if anybody has anybody they want me to show, feel free to let it be known. And if I can see it and make it happen, I'll show them for a bit and continue with the broadcasts. All right, welcome back, drivers. Here just an hour and 26 minutes into this 6-hour race with about 4 hours and change remaining. Joining me at the moment is Zach Evans, driver of the number 67 South Shore Racing. And Zach, how are you doing out here?
Well, first and foremost, we're not very fast. I'm going to be honest with you, Carlos, but that was never the point. Obviously, great cause here today, Warriors for Peace. And you know all too well how much this community has supported events and fundraisers and stuff whenever I've been out here supporting Me Fine. So obviously, it only made sense when I was clear this fit on my schedule to take part in this. And no matter how slow I was, it was important to, reciprocate what this community has done for Me Fine over the years. So, we were out here and making laps and keeping the car clean. And
then something happened.
And then something happened. We had Tyler Fody catching us. I had just caught the 11 car. William Antonelli was in the car at the time. I caught him awfully quick. Nothing against him at all, because again, I'm also terrible at road course racing and sports car racing, but it definitely felt like a situation where we were both probably among the slower cars out here, and maybe not as experienced as some of these other guys. And we were trying to give room to Fody. Typically through that section of the racetrack, I had been staying in the groove and laying the prototypes passes off the racing line because they just have so much more downforce. But William opted to go off the racing line, and I was following him to make sure Fody still had a lane, and then he got loose, and I didn't have any time and checked up into him. But I mean, that's, like I say, it's not like I was competing for a win or anything. We were out here for the fun of it, to get the experience. Maybe South Shore will do some more endurance stuff moving forward. This was Bojo's first time doing anything like this. Unfortunately, he's getting a damaged race car, but it was only about 4 minutes of optionals, nothing mandatory, no meatball. So I'm sure it isn't as fast as it was, but he'll get to make some laps here, and we'll try to get this thing home.
I think it is as fast as it was. I do not see any form of damage. It looks like with those 4 minutes, your pit crews decided to swap out that front bumper and put in a fresh new one. So the car looks pristine, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, so Ray's out there for, you said, his first endurance race, and he's holding his own. He just let a couple of other class drivers go on by without issues.
Yeah, that's definitely the hardest part here. Is fortunately, as narrow as it is, there's only a couple of spots on the track where it's really hard to let the faster cars by, and unfortunately, that's one of them is where I just wrecked. But for the most part, it's pretty manageable. You've got the long straights and all of that, and hopefully, like I say, Bojo will get to experience that here. And I'd love for us to get together and maybe put together a Daytona 24 team or something like that moving forward. But for now, at least, this is what we've got, and we're having a good time with it, even if we're not exactly competing for the class win by any means.
Yep, well said, well said. As you mentioned earlier, charity race for fun. Why a lot of the drivers and even commentary or production member guys are participating here tonight. A lot of fresh faces as well, so good to see. And well, before we let you go, is there anything you want to say?
Thanks, Carlos, for again a little bit of a streamlined broadcast. And man, if I hadn't come down with a cold here last night, I'd probably offer to help fill the radio silence here while I'm out of the car. But I'm gonna just hydrate and grab a lunch real quick before I get back in for one more stint later on. So sorry about that, but again, thanks to you for putting this on, letting people watch. Hopefully everybody will watch all week long here on the Elite Racing Network between our season finales and the races at Five Flags next week. It's gonna be a full week of racing. I hope everybody will tune in. Thanks to everyone watching. Shout out to Bojo for painting this beautiful little throwback to the old 7-Eleven Mustangs from the 80s. And obviously, thanks to him for joining in on this effort. And as always, shout out to Me Fine, especially this time of year. I know it's always tough at the holidays. Everybody's got lots going on, both with their free time and financially and all of that. But if you have the means, be sure to check out Me Fine and help out those families of patients at children's hospitals in central and eastern North Carolina, because obviously this time of year is especially tough on them. So, if you have anything you could spare for that, obviously that's I have them on all of my cars, and they're riding along today as well.
Yep, well said. Thank you so much, Zach. Hopefully, you're going to be all clear to return to the car if need to, and we wish you and the team the best of luck, and more importantly, to have the most fun you guys have.
Absolutely. Thank you, Carlos.
No problem. Thank you, Zach. For those of you paying attention, that is 2 spins for second place Connor Murphy in the LMP2 class. 2 spins in the same lap. Still in second place though for George Co. Autosports Black for that entry. So lost a lot of time to the current class leader, LMP2 class leader of Pierce Graphics Racing, driven right now currently by Chris Pierce. Oh no, problems for your current LMP2 race leader, Chris Pierce, as he has spun out, had to come to a stop and let a couple cars go by, as that's going to cost him precious time here. Let's see if we can pull up a replay, see what happened to Chris Pierce. Hits the curb with the cold tires, and around she goes. Just almost over the crest of that hill. Oh no! Oh no, massive damage to the NLR Esports machine as Florian had, I believe it's being reported, he had a screen freeze and that car has been destroyed. Let's go see if we can pull up a replay and see at least what happened on track here. I see Florian, here we go, I found something. Oh yeah, screen freeze, you can't see anything. He's guessing where the track is, hoping it gets restored, and it did not, and that car has been destroyed. Heavy suspension damage, heavy mechanical damage. Hopefully the car can get back out there to finish this charity race, but it's only going to be a while before they even get back on track, because that car has just been taken for a wild ride here in the first corners. Many of the drivers from the NLR esports teams want to hop onto the booth to give a commentary on their race so far. Feel free to hop into the infield care center and I'll bring them on up. Alright, welcome back, race fans. Here I have Stephen M. Camp representing NLR Esports. And Stephen, unfortunately, we just saw the screen freeze issues that had just resulted in a crashed car. But before we get to that, we just want to hear, how's for tonight or today, how's this race meaning for you, and how was the atmosphere and everything?
Race means quite a lot for me, if I'm quite honest. My first time doing a team racing, iRacing. since I built my PC back in April, and it's been quite enjoyable. But one of my unique caveats is I'm racing on a controller.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I was quite impressed with what I was able to do there, but it wasn't quite enough to keep in the podium spots, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Unfortunately, we did just see Flo have a bit of an issue there and caused a bit of a crash in the worst place possible with T1, so...
Yeah, it's a real shame indeed. You guys had some pretty good pace. You guys were contending for third place at one point overall, and then you guys started dropping back. Is there a reason for that?
So we're a bit unsure at the moment, so we're just trying to see how it plays out. Hopefully, it might be down to just how fuel strategy is playing out. Maybe it might pay us back later towards the end, but I think it's our first iRacing race together, so we're just feeling it out and getting used to each other and knowing what needs doing. So, but hopefully it's a strategy thing. But obviously, after Flo's crash there, hopefully we can bring ourselves back into not finish last, which is within the team name. So.
Oh, not last racing?
Never last racing, yeah. So.
Never last racing. Well,
yeah,
that's currently good. Currently, last in your class is Austin Hunt for 4D Raceway, and they are still off the track at the moment. So that's a pretty good chance of that. But still, I'm glad to hear you guys are going to get the car fixed up as best as you guys can and get back out there and finish the race. That's what good racing mentality is all about.
Absolutely, we always want to definitely get up there where we can and finish where we can. It's our first race together, so we can only learn and just do what we can.
Well said. Before we let you go, is there anyone you want to give shout outs to? Any last words?
Thanks to Dylan for willing to take me on, even though I'm racing on a controller. So props to Dylan there, and to any of my friends watching as well. And, yeah, hopefully doing everyone proud.
All right, thank you so much, Stephen. We wish you guys and the whole NLR camp to be able to get themselves back up and sorted and be racing with a hopefully good handling car once it's all repaired. How much time do you guys have an optional required?
I can't see at the moment. Hopefully it's not too much longer. I'll catch up with the guys in a bit and see what's what.
All right, well, best of luck, Stephen.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Jesse Weisman's for Team Jesse Weisman's Racing has gone off track here and had to wait for a while. we appear to have issues with the strictly shift cars. Wow! That car has been destroyed. Joe Francis driving it, trying to see just what happened to cause that issue. Oh man, he just goes wide. We have to stop and go back here and refresh and just see. It looks like he got loose in one of the corners and unfortunately went head on into the wall. Heavy contact for the Strictly Shift Esports number 5 machine. Ladies and gentlemen, it has started to rain on the racetrack. You can see raindrops falling into the track right now. This is going to change the way that the drivers are going to be approaching the track, especially in some of the slippery areas. With rain already getting onto the racetrack, especially in some parts of the track, there's more rain than others. This is a massive track, over 8 miles long. Two drivers have currently, or two teams have currently already put on wet tires. Excuse me, a third one has now, including the driver we're looking at right now, Peter Hope, for George Coyle Autosport GT3. Additionally, Ryan Huckleberry and Venom Racing have put on their wet tires, and so has South Shores Racing Zach Evans out on track. All the drivers who have put on the wet tires are all in the GT3 category, so keep that in mind. issues for Little Eagle Racing's Justin Fortner as he has went off track. Our first prototype that has put on wet tires belongs to George Quill Motorsports, Zachary Trevino, as he has is the first driver to go get wets. We're being told second place overall. Lake Norman Motorsports entry with Tyler Ford behind the wheel had an issue. I don't think he hit anything. He may have hit those tire barriers. We'll have to take a look at another angle there. See Tyler Fode, Zachary Trevino, Jacob Coe all having issues around the same time. We'll go through those replays here in just a moment. He barely hit anything again. He'll be fine. We'll probably go down Perry Road soon, maybe put on wets as it's starting to become more and more slick out there. Take a look at Jacob Quill's issues. He is on dries. Oh my god, all those drivers back there going through the dirt. I think it's going to be time for everyone to go down Perry Road. Your race leader, John leading down Perry Road right now as we take a look at what happened to Chase George here. Give it too much beans, they're exiting the corner, one around. Here's my iRacing is running into a bit of an issue here, so I'm going to quickly restart the application, and hopefully that should clear up any stutterness. So for the time being, we're going to be just radio silent while everything transitions on to a new instance of iRacing. All right, guys, we are officially past the halfway mark of this 6-hour race. The Warriors for Peace Elite 6 Hours in France is now halfway through, and everyone who is on track has switched on over to the wets. To apologize for having to go off air there for a couple minutes, as we had to lower some of our graphic settings as Circuit de la Sarthe in daylight and wet conditions is just a bit too much for my old computer to handle. So we had to lower it just a little bit, and we'll stay with this for the rest of the race, just in case, even if it does get better, just in case we have any other dips and we have to go off there for a little bit. We don't want to do that again. So just past the halfway mark, still plenty of racing out on the track. Only a couple drivers are off track at the moment. The rest of the field is still out there having fun and doing what they can. your LMP2 class leader has spun out there in one of the corners. Minimal time loss, as he still has well over a 20-second lead over second place in class, the 000 of Pierce Graphics Racing. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final 24 and change minutes here in this 6-hour race. And joining me is Chris Wright. Chris, you were on the track there for a couple of laps. How'd it go?
Yeah, we got us in about 45, 50 minutes. It was pretty good. It was pretty fun. I was really looking forward to driving in the rain, but unfortunately, I finished my stint up before it rained. It was starting to rain as I got out of the car, so I got to miss all this wet fun. It got real wet, real wild. People didn't know when to put their wets on, so I'm sure everybody watching had an opportunity to see their. Most of the field went off, spun, had some damage, did some things there, because you want to keep slicks as long as you can, but once it gets to that point where it's too wet, you got nothing. So it was real finicky out there, real tricky. Like, you had lap time until all of a sudden you got to a corner and you didn't. And the track this big, it was pretty well pouring on the front side, and at the end of the back straightaway, it was dry as a bone still. So it was really chaotic, really crazy, but a whole lot of fun to be a part of and to see what was going on and see the track puddle up, because it rained there for a good while. I guess probably a couple hours it rained off and on, and you still see the puddles down by the curbs. Everybody's still on the wets for the most part. You are starting to see a dry line develop as you take a look here at Wadsworth, who is currently driving the car that I got the opportunity to drive a little bit earlier. You see the dry line that he's got going on right now, running right in that dry line. But it's still super wet. Yeah, we're still in the wets because it is still super, super slick on the curbs. There's still some standing water, especially on those curbs. So we're going to stick with dries on our car. I believe the 959. We were just discussing the strategy there as well on what they wanted to do as the overall leader for the GT3s, and we came to the conclusion that they've got about 10 minutes of a lead, about 2 laps around here, a little over 2 laps, and they're just going to keep the wets on because it's better to have a mistake with wets and maybe the track pick up pace and you give up a little bit of that pace than it is to go out here on the slicks. And if it's too wet in one of these corners or you hit one of these curves just wrong, as you take a look here at Caleb, who just got into the car, if you get it, see how that standing water gets the curb, you do that in slicks and you're going to be in big trouble real fast. So we're going wets for the rest of the race with the 2 Lake Norman cars, and hopefully we can keep both cars there on the podium.
Yeah, and how much? Well, you weren't out there in the wets, in the rain, but you were out there while everyone was still kicking around a bunch of dirt all over the track. How did the track feel with all that dirt pretty much everywhere?
Well, it was clean sometimes, and then there were other times you'd go through there and it would just get a big push in the nose, and you'd end up running through some dirt. Like the Porsche curves, you're carrying so much speed through there that when you go through there and there's a little bit of dirt, and it's really hard to see because it's so back and forth and kind of an elevation change going on there, and the commitment on the throttle to run through that section. So when you go through there and there's some dirt and you don't know it's there, I mean, there was a couple sketchy moments when I was in the car, but luckily we never got backwards. We kept it straight, did our job, and let these fast guys try to go out here and attack. Unfortunately, it started raining, and then it just kind of became chaos for a little bit. But Justin's back in the car, going to bring us home. Currently, I think 14th overall, but 3rd in class, and we're hoping, like I said, to keep 2 out of the 3 of podium there. We're 1st and 3rd, and as long as Caleb doesn't make any big mistakes here in this last 20 minutes, it's set up pretty well for him. They've done a really good job. When all the chaos happened around them, they did not have any big issues there in the wet, any big offs. So Dylan and Caleb have ran a great race, and so is, I don't want to just talk about the Lake Norman guys because that's obviously who I've been in communication with. Liam has done a great job out here in the 24 as well as the overall race leader. I mean, they were fast in the dry, they are fast in the wet, they have done all that they needed to do. John got in the car and did what he needed to do to keep the lead, and right now they are a minute 15 ahead of William White. And William's been out here and he's been fast at times, and he's had some struggles. That William White machine has been turned around backwards a time or two, and issues here and there, but there has been some big wrecks. And one good thing about the wet, I tell you what the best thing is about the rain, the grip level is the same everywhere. This rain washed all the dirt off the track that was put onto the track, so it's not like you get down in there and you get no grip and no warning because there's gravel or dirt on the racetrack. So it's a whole lot of fun. I had a blast out here doing this. This is the first one of these type of events I've done with Elite, and huge props to Elite, Chad, and Dave, and all that they've done. And speaking of Dave, he's been out here racing. Him and Ryan have been out here. Unfortunately, early in the race, our cars had it coming together, and we had to fix some damage. But nonetheless, it was awesome to see Dave out there, to see Ryan out there, and Warriors for Peace for putting this on. Everybody who helped make this happen, you know, all the sponsors, Warriors for Peace, and everybody that's involved in this. I tell you, I feel like I just got my feet wet, no pun intended, and I cannot wait to do something like this again. As Ray Bracey comes down here to pit road.
Just had an off-track issue. Let's go ahead and see what happens.
This is big for us. This guy, we were only about half a lap up on Ray Bracey in that third spot, so they're pushing hard to try to catch us. And their misfortune is going to be...
that knocked out the spoiler? Are you kidding me? I mean...
knocked it off.
The wing?
I hate to see that for Ray Bracey and all those boys over there at... What team is that tonight?
South Shore Racing, yeah.
Oh, that's the team I'll be driving for in the Cup Series. But in this race, that really helps solidify my car into the third spot, so... a little bittersweet, you know. That's the team I'm going to, and they've been having a strong race and a solid race. Not a strong race. I won't say any of us have had a strong race. We're all well off the lead pace there. But that's good for the car that I'm driving right now. And like I was saying there, I can't wait to get an opportunity to do this again. And I'm going to try to talk a few of my good friends into it. We'll try to get Nick Massey out here for the next time. Josh Adams, getting him involved. You know, this is all about having fun. And you know, it's not so much about being competitive. It's been a heck of a lot of fun to be out here doing this multi-class 6-hour event.
Yeah, this is something I would like to do, like a charity short 6, like a small endurance race. I typically do the 24 Hours of Daytona with a couple friends. Didn't do it last year for an iRacing related issue. I got banned because they thought I was hacking iRacing accounts. Thankfully that got resolved, but the only thing is that I missed the 24 Hours of Daytona because that's when it happened. I'm gonna see if we can do it again this year, or technically I guess next year, because it's in January. But if not, I'm gonna try to see maybe next time that Elite hosts a small 6-hour endurance race. See if I can team up with somebody and maybe not broadcast it, just get in there and run a couple laps. Or maybe broadcast, get in there, run a couple laps anyway.
Yeah, it's been fun. You know, I've kind of did double duty here. I broadcast at the start, and then I jumped into the car not long after we were off the air, and I got some people messaging me there when you showed me on screen when I was out there in the car. I was nervous. I didn't want to let the teammates down. You know, you don't want to be the guy that gets in there. You're already the slowest driver on the team, you know, and you don't want to get in there and be the slowest guy and wreck the car. So those guys had a heck of a lot of speed, and they're the reason we are on the podium right now. So kudos to Justin and Austin and all the work that they've put into it. And I think I'm going to lobby the next off season, right? I think in our summer break that we're going to have 12 hours of Daytona. What do you think about that, Carlos?
When's that?
That's what I'm trying to lobby for that right now. Like, I mean, like 6 months out.
I have a lot of experience in Daytona, so I would for sure be out for that. Maybe we
and 12 hours and not 6.
Yeah, maybe we could even have a broadcasters team where everyone in the broadcasting team drives in the same car.
So we get the 12 hours going on of Daytona there, and I guess when would that break be? June, July, that summer break between seasons A and B. Like let's see if we can do it. Come on, I know Chad's listening. I know Warriors for Peace is out there listening. All these other guys. Like if y'all like my idea and you want to sponsor that event or try to get out here and sponsor it again, do it again. Warriors for Peace at the halfway mark of the year. Let's make it happen. 12 hours of Daytona.
That would be fun. Yeah, that would be very much fun indeed. I love that racetrack. I love 24 Hours of Daytona. So doing a small version of that would be great. So you had a lot of experience with your team, Lake Norman Motorsports and GT3, and then GT3 Red, which is currently the GT3 leader. But over here in I guess in the YouTube side, we had a very prominent team constantly chatting and talking about their struggles and their efforts and how much time they've made up, and that's NLR Esports. They've even got on here, gave a brief interview after one of their drivers had a screen freeze early on in the race, right after you had left, and resulted in their car kind of being destroyed and going from a possible P3 finish to going all the way down to ninth in the GT prototype class. Since then, they've moved on up slowly and are currently the closest battle for a position in all of the categories, and that would be battle for 5th place in class, 6th place overall. As Dallas McGrady for NLR Esports is just under 30 seconds from Fueled Up Racing, who's currently being driven by Justin Vandermeer. And both of these drivers, or excuse me, both of these teams have had huge issues multiple times in the race. So to still have these guys still kind of compete there for I guess top 5 there in class will be great. Especially since I believe NLR Esports is gunning down Fueled Up Racing. The question is, do they have enough time? As there's only 12 minutes and change remaining in this 6-hour race.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be close on if they can get there or not, and I'm going to give a big shout out to Jacob Quill and everything that this team is doing too. This George Quill Autosport, this LMP2 Red. I mean, they are up here running P5 overall and have a huge leading class. So they have had a perfect race. It says LMP2 Red. It's red and black, it looks like.
Yeah. I see black. It may be red. We may just have a brief issue here on our end.
But
yeah, exactly. They
ran a perfect race.
Yeah, they have lapped the field 3 times. I think they have been involved in an incident. But they're 5th overall, and they've lapped their class 3 times.
Well, I'm seeing here that they're up 5 laps on 2nd place in their class, which is a team car, George Quill Autosport White. So,
are they?
I mean,
laps? Am I reading it backwards?
Oh, as they get a big wiggle there, as we're talking about how good they're doing with 11 minutes to go, he almost burnt it in. But, yeah, I mean, they've ran a great race. This is probably the team that has had the most perfect race out of anybody. Like, I know you mentioned they've been in a couple issues, a couple little skirmishes, but to be that far up on your 2nd place in class and to be up here, we're talking ahead of Fueled Up and ahead of NLR. Now, I know they've had issues with wrecks. We were live there on the very first lap when Justin Vandermeer had his issue, but
no, you're
I am
right,
seeing.
Yeah, for some reason it says 3 here, but it is 5. Also, like at one point, like just over 30 minutes remaining, there was only one driver in LMP2 on the track, and that was of course your race leader, because there was an issue with 2nd and 3rd place almost at the same time. Chris Pierce for Pierce Graphic Racing. I feel bad for him. He got caught up in an incident that was not related to him. I can't remember who it was, but somebody had crashed. And once they had come to a stop, they pulled back up on track right in front of Chris and destroyed his car. And that sent a potential, like a good competition for that class victory down the window, as he is now multiple laps out in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think, is that something that my car got involved in too? I know they were talking about.
It's possible. I've
somebody
seen
drove
it
across
twice.
the track.
I've seen it two different times where a person has wrecked and come across the track and clipped 1 or 2 other vehicles. So it may have happened more than twice, but I've seen it physically twice.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. We had a shot for 2nd. We were trying to sweep the podium there with Lake Norman, and he came right across the track and got us. And Justin's put on a great drive here. He's obviously done the bulk of the carry. And you see, I mean, that best lap time that Justin's got in there, that was before the track got wet. And the lap times are getting faster. I think if somebody wanted to bolt on dry tires right now, they probably could get away with it as long as they knew to stay off the curbs. See Ray Bracy, they just had a 7-minute lap because they had to fix about 3 minutes of damage, is what I would guess right there.
And they just passed. They just passed a Michael Brandenberger for P13 overall.
So it's been a crazy race, a hectic race. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. And now the sun is set. For this being pretty much for 5 hours and 30 minutes, this has been a day race, and this last little bit is kind of being set at night with the wet conditions. And I mean, I don't know how much you have driven here at night for you to be like to have any experience, but how tricky would it be to do that and as well as do it in the rain?
Well, last night in the final practice that we had, it got pretty dark out here. The last 40 minutes or so of practice was a little bit darker than this, so it was different. You couldn't see as good with all the lights on the cars and whatnot. You seen them pretty good, and now you got lights in. You're you're seeing a little bit of a rooster tail out the front of William White right here. So I mean, there's no real trouble seeing. We got headlights. Everybody's got tail lights. So it's not a terribly big issue with it getting dark.
Oh yeah. How hard was it for your teammates to kind of during the bulk of the rain to like see in front of you with a lot of the cars still kind of being grouped together very closely?
Well, Caleb just went for a spin right here as we're talking. He's getting back rolling. He's got the time though. He's good. 7 minutes left. Just be cautious out there. Be calm out there if you can hear me, Caleb. No pressure out the back, but yeah, I mean it was pretty sketchy. At the worst part was right at the end of the rain when it was raining really hard and then it was starting to let up and the track was getting puddles. Like that was the worst part. I mean, you still see some puddles. I mean, you look there all the way down either side of the track, especially in some of these corners. That's like he's coming up here. If you look towards the curb, you're going to see puddles. And if even in the wet tires, you get on those puddles, and it is sketchy. The car wants to spin. You got no grip. You've got some hydroplane issues. You got a lot of issues out there when that track gets puddly. And thankfully, all the puddles have kind of went to the curbs or away from the track completely, so you kind of know where they are and you can avoid them. And you'll see that through the Porsche curves here as we're watching Justin Vandermeer. You're going to see he's going to stay away from the curves. And typically you want to be right on those curves, right against them. But there's nothing worse in the wet than a painted curb. Because the paint's going to be slick already. And that's typically where the water's going to sit. And he's running out here. See how far he's staying away from the curves? He's driving through the grass and the dirt to stay away from the curves.
Is it still dirt or is it mud at this point?
I don't know. He had pretty good traction out there. But you see right there, he stayed away from that curve. That curve's got a ton of water. Like that back there at the end of those Porsche curves. Like, I don't know if we can get a good shot at it. But where you come out of there, like that corner right there, that sweeping right-hander has a ton of water on the inside of it.
Last pit stops for, Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo, Liam Kerr. Are we going to see a driver change here these last 5 minutes? Or is it just going to be a splash and go? Car isn't even getting jacked up. I think it's just a splash and go, and there he goes.
Yeah, everybody's thinking about a splash and go, probably needing a splash and go. As we'll see how this shakes out. I think you're going to see Justin come in this time.
This is close, though.
Splash and go.
William White is now under 10 seconds behind your race leader.
Yeah, the question is, can William do it?
Does William have to pit?
We've got 5 minutes left here. Is it going to be the white flag this time or next time? That's going to be a big thing, too. I mean, you're talking about a 4-minute lap, so I would think we'll get the white next time. But sometimes on iRacing, it's not until the clock has to hit 0 and then you get the white. So it will be very interesting. I have to think William's going to have to pit again. I mean, we'll see. You know, with everybody's struggles, and there you see William working around Caleb. Caleb giving him all kinds of racetrack. So it will be very interesting. As it does take about 5 gallons to make a lap, so
quick question
maybe not
for
quite
you.
that.
How sketchy was it in some places where you saw these LMP2s and GT prototypes approach you at a significant speed?
Well, you don't want to get caught somewhere where it's very tight. So, like, over in the Indianapolis curve, if you got caught there, it was a bad deal because either they were super aggressive and wanted to pass you, or they had to slow down and let you know about it, right? So, it just depends. It's all timing. Like, if you get caught in the Porsche curves, that could be treacherous. Like, we had some sketchy issues through there at different times. So it's just, man, I don't know. It was sketchy out there getting caught in some of those corners. You know, it typically wasn't too bad if they caught you on the backside going into the chicanes. Like Justin Fortner was a guy. He caught me going into one of the chicanes one time, and he could have sent it in there, and I would have let him have it. You know, he was just getting to me as we got to the brake zone, and he chose to follow me. And so we talked about that for a second. Not that he was like, you know, I just didn't want to kill us both. And I was like, yeah, if you would have sent it, I was ready to let you have, you know. Because as a GT3, I'm out here knowing I'm the slower car, knowing that these guys are probably going to be a little aggressive trying to pass you. They don't want to follow you. So you're kind of cognizant of who's coming up on you when they're coming, how fast they're coming, and trying to map out. Like, I started trying to map out from about 7 or 8 seconds back, you know, based on their rate of catching me and trying to map out, okay, where's this guy going to catch me? And where's he, you know, you try to just think ahead to all that because you don't want to create an issue. You don't want to be erratic. Or erotic. You don't want to be erotic when you're racing either, but...
Definitely not.
So it's just something you're always paying attention to that relative. You're always paying attention to what's going. You're trying to watch in front of you. And I was trying to manage like all those things, and I didn't even have to factor in some of the other things that came along. You know, 10 minutes after I was out of the car, the track was wet. You're trying to factor that out. You know, you're trying to figure out the line. You're starting to think about, do we need to put wets on? At what point do we need to put wets on?
When did White did have to go down pit road?
Yeah, and here he comes, William White. It's gonna be his last stop.
Yep. Just
as far as I know, I don't think we got the pit. I don't think we got the white flag.
Yeah. There has been a time where it doesn't show white flag, but when they cross next time by, it does show checkered. So I don't know if maybe you can see on your end, since you have more access to iRacing than I do right now, what the actual condition is. But at the moment, I have not received anything that says white flag, but it's entirely possible that this is in fact the last lap.
And we are coming up on the white flag. This is the white flag.
This is the white flag.
Yeah, Justin's coming down pit road to get a splash of gas right now. And we are getting the white flag. So,
all right, so yeah, this is the final lap. Time will expire here. And when they cross the line again, it will be race over. NLR Esports trying to get that 5th place spot could potentially be just maybe a lap or two shy, as they have cut the deficit down from well over 30 seconds with 30 minutes remaining, or with like 14 or so minutes remaining, down to just over 8 seconds. So it doesn't seem, unless something happens or they get an extra lap, it doesn't seem that they'll get that 5th place spot. But what a valiant effort by NLR for not quitting after having many issues on track.
Yeah, you got to overcome those things that you have happen, and Liam is out here for Sapphire Simsport doing a great job. He's on the backside of the lap now. He just made that right-hander coming down here. What a performance! You know, I felt like our Lake Norman teammates had a shot at him there, and Ethan Stanley really struggled in the rain, and they ultimately ended up out of the race. So very unfortunate for them, and Liam coming down here towards Indianapolis. This has been a real tricky spot. This is where a lot of water is still sitting, but I'm sure he is going to be extra cautious knowing he's got a great gap now. Working his way through the Indianapolis section. Heads down this front stretch. Or not front stretch. Not the front stretch yet. But heads down this long straightaway here. Gonna head up here into the Porsche curves. These curves are so much fun to run through too when you hit it right. When you hit it just a little bit wrong, it makes for a really bad section. But when you hit it really good, it's a heck of a lot of fun. Here he comes. He's going to actually come up onto the back of, I believe that is Ray Bracey. Ray gives him room, lets him through. Heading down here towards pit entry and the chicane. Liam's going to turn down in here, head for, he can see the checkered flag from here. He is going to take home the checkered flag here for the 6 hours of Le Mans. Liam is going to be driving the car, but it is Liam and John getting the job done. John from Ohio, going to shout that out a little bit right there. Somebody from Ohio just won the overall Le Mans 6 here for Elite and Warriors.
No, it's not that. It's called the 6 hours in France. You have to be very careful.
Oh, the 6 hours in France?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for Jacob Quill here. Well, which one's going to come first? Is it going to be Jacob or is it going to be Caleb? Well, I think it's going to be Caleb. Caleb's working down here, coming out of the Porsche curves. He's working down here towards these chicane. Gets to pit entry here. And we're going to be looking here at Caleb coming out of these last couple corners. GT3 winners here in France. Caleb gets the job done. Congrats to Caleb and to Dylan there. Now we got to find Jacob Quill, still running around back here on the backside. Our last winner here, making his last lap.
Yeah,
he could slow down and make this a parade if he wanted to. He's got such a big lead.
He has a quarter of a lap remaining. See who's gonna Jackson Brown, who will take second in the LMP2 class category here, is about to get across to the line and finish his race.
Yeah, he's still got quite the lap to go, and this is what happens on a big old track like this. 8.4 miles, 38 turns, and it's wet. He's going to try to come through here and just keep it on the pavement here. He's going to head down here towards this front side, towards pit entry. And here comes Jacob, and he is going to be our last winner to come across the line. Congrats to Jacob and to Connor there for getting the job done. What a race, what an event. Heck of a lot of fun to be a part of as darkness sets here. If this race was another hour, we'd be racing in the pitch black out here.
Yeah, I think that this Justin Vanderbilt is the last driver to finish this, to cross the start finish line after the checkered flag came out, not counting of course the drivers who have already retired their car, their crash damage at some point in the race. Because actually, NR Esports got to about, yeah, see right there, 6 seconds from getting that 5th place position, but unfortunately they couldn't do an extra lap because the race leader was right in front of them, in between fueled up racing in NLR Esports. So if they could have gotten past the race leader, they could have had that extra lap, and who knows? Because that last lap alone, they gained like 6 or so seconds. It could have been enough to get that 5th place spot. But once they cross the line, and they sure have, everyone has officially finished this race. The 6 hours in France, brought to you by Warriors for Peace. Now the question is, how are we going to do interviews? We need to know who's...
I think we'll just bring up the teams, you know. We'll bring them up and we'll talk to them right now. I think all we've got is the GT3 winners.
Well, let's go ahead and bring them up right now.
Well, let's do it. All right, we've got Dylan and Caleb here, our GT3 race winners, and my teammates. A great job tonight, boys. Talk to us about the 6 hours and how that race changed for you guys from start to finish there, and how all that weather in the middle.
Yeah, man, this is it's an awesome win for us. I think that we both were able to really kill it out here. Dylan, he's a bit better than I am in the rain, so I think the stints worked out perfectly.
Yep.
I don't think we took damage on the whole race, so car came home clean. Tyler will be happy about that, and it really was a fun race.
And what about you, Dylan? Talk to us about your race and running in the weather and all that came with and talk to us about those last couple hours too, and how hard it is when you have a big lead not to get too far ahead of yourself.
Yeah, so I was trying to drive really conservative. It was definitely a learning experience for me. I don't really have too much experience in the rain yet, but it was definitely fun. Definitely can't be pushing super hard when you have a big lead like that and just throw it away. That would have really sucked.
Well, all right, and this question is for both of you, and then you can thank your sponsors and any other shout outs you guys want to give. So talk to us about what it means for you guys. I believe this is the first one of these that Elite has done. What's it mean to you guys to win in this 6 hour event, and in the first of, I think, what we're going to be doing every offseason?
Man, I tell you what, it means a lot, especially for the cause that we're putting this race on for. I feel like Dylan and I, we definitely vibe when it comes to road courses. We work together really well. And this win definitely means a lot for us. I look forward to hopefully doing some more stuff like this in the future. But yeah. Dylan?
And yeah, I think it really motivates me to see the P1 spot on our team. Definitely was worth practicing, and I know that especially now. And yeah, I think between Caleb and I practicing together, there's always a slight competition, which drives us to go faster. So that too.
Yeah, I will say that Dylan and I, we have very close lap times most of the time. So it's really fun to be able to race together on the same team. I tell you one thing also, I don't know about Dylan, but you race for this long and you just feel scatterbrained, especially when somebody's asking you questions. So I don't know if you guys can tell, but we are definitely worn out after 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a great event there. It was awesome to be part of the team down there, and for you guys to get that win was pretty awesome. But real quick before we let you guys jump out of here and get that breather and get to think about what y'all have done in the last 6 hours, what sponsors you guys have to thank and shout out you want to give?
I'll give a shout out to Tyler Fody, definitely, for putting us in this race. Shout out to my brother Mark. He helped me with some practice also. Yeah, Caleb.
Yeah, huge shout out to JD Designs. I mean, all of our schemes were looking so good on the track. Shout out to you, Chris, you and Carlos for being up here in the booth and being an awesome teammate as well. Shout out to Tyler. He's, he killed it out there for the first stint. Fortunately, Ethan ran into some problems later on, but yeah, just shout out to JD Design, shout out to Bite Size Sports. You know, they sponsor me in all the oval stuff, so if they're watching, you know, shout out to them, and shout out to all the Lake Norman guys, Justin, Austin, Dylan. Everybody did really good. Ethan, Tyler, even Gavel was out there in the LMP2.
Phew, Ryan was out there, but I don't. He was looking for an airline license and some other things at different points in this race.
Yeah, he had to get life flighted, but we FaceTimed him, and he seems to be doing all right.
But anyway, it was a great job for you guys. I'll shout out to one more sponsor for you guys, Blue Egg Marketing. I think Hux was on the car, so all those guys that helped make this thing happen. And man, it was so cool to get there to call you guys to this ruin. But we'll let you go back down there, debrief with Justin there, who also finished on the podium, and get ready to do this again. You guys got a target on your back for next time.
100%.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chris. Have a good night.
All right, who do we want next? I think trying to figure out who some of these guys are. Jacob Quill and Connor. Those guys were teammates, right?
I believe so. Yeah, let's see if we can bring them up. We can also ask them if they have any other
I
drivers.
got dragged. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so
Hello.
I believe you two are driving a George Quill Autosport, right? It's your two cars, right?
I don't know. Are we?
I'm thinking so. You know, you got a lot of guys down there. I don't want to bring you up with another teammate there, but talk to us about your race. We talked about it there those last 10 minutes, and you guys absolutely dusted off your competition in your class, winning by about an hour. I don't know what 5 laps breaks down to, but it's quite a bit of time. So talk to us about your race, how you avoided all the chaos, and with the weather that came into play there through the middle part of the race all the way to the end.
I mean, to start out, pretty solid first stint, just maintained the gap, wasn't really looking to pull. I just sat there in the car, and then I came to pit road, obviously, ahead of the guy. And Connor accidentally ejected me from the car because he thought that he was going in, and I was like, oops. And so, we had a little bit of catching up to do, but, Connor did his job at the end, the middle section there. We all did our jobs, and then that rain came in, man. I tell you what, that rain, it was perfect for us because the leader Chris, he didn't pit for like 2 laps after that rain was starting to become heavy on the track, and I was reporting a little bit of droplets, and then all of a sudden I was hydroplaning, and I told Connor, yeah, we got to go in, we got to pit, and from there we gained a lot of time, and we were able to stay out in front, so that was smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, you mentioned how it was when that rain came in, and I also took part in driving in this thing, and it was out of nowhere. It kind of went from dry to wet and to drenched really quick. So talk to us a little bit about that. People were asking me, why did people stay on slicks so long? But the track had plenty of grip even when it started raining until all at once it didn't. And then at that point, the curb started holding water. There started to be puddles everywhere. So talk to us about how you managed all that. And even on the wet, you kind of want to stay away from those puddles.
Yeah, once we transitioned to the wets, or overall, we were just looking for spots in the track that would be faster. We're just trying to avoid all the already built-in rubber. So early on in the wet, if you caught us at all, you definitely seen we were taking wider lanes. We weren't taking the generic racing line. We were obviously going offline because we're not trying to contract all that rubber, which just makes it extremely loose. Because it's just like a ice top right there, honestly. But yeah, I mean, we just navigated it just based off our pure instincts. If we went loose, we knew not to go there ever again. And, it was just learn on the go. That's all. That's all it was, really.
Yeah, now this question's for both of you, obviously. Back early in the race, if you can remember that far back, about 4 hours ago before it started raining, talk to us about the new dynamic track that we had going on there, because once dirt got thrown up in a corner, it made it sketchy, especially through the Porsche curves. So talk to us a little bit about that and the new dynamic track and what you thought about that being, I think this was probably everybody's first forte into it.
You want to answer this one, Connor?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, um, I don't know. It's just like really weird, like, especially when a car in front of you goes off, and then like, there's one corner specifically, after the one like, the backstretch, I guess. People would always go off. You'd collect gravel, and the next thing you know, you try to go into the next corner, which is like a right-hand 90-degree, and you would just have no grip. And I feel like that was just a struggle the entire time. And then, especially when it started raining, you just saw more and more people go off there, and it would just stick on your tires because it was wet, and then it would last for a little bit longer, and it just made everything a little bit more hard. So, I feel like it was a good update. It might be a little exaggerated, but not that much. It was fun for some new stuff, like some rain to happen, and then obviously the dynamic track was fun. So yeah, I feel like I enjoyed myself the entire time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It was a lot of fun to be a part of. So before we let you guys jump out of here and get to go and think about what just happened here in these 6 hours, and I think we're going to try to put this event on again. I don't hold me to that. Chad makes all the calls, but as a broadcaster, I've already been lobbying for us to do this every off season. We got another one coming up here in about 6 months between A and B season, and I'm lobbying hard for a 12 hours of Daytona. We'll see if that comes true or comes to fruition or not. But real quick, before we let you guys jump out of here and celebrate this win, who do you guys have to thank, and who helps get you guys out here all the way to France?
First off, I would just
Oh,
like to thank Jacob for calling me up on Thursday. Uh, Obviously Chase George for paying our entry fee. That was really nice of him, and for like helping us. And then Peter Hop for I only needed $5 to buy this track, and he sent me fucking 20. Oh, sorry. He sent me $20, and that was way too much. That was so nice of him. So thank you to him as well.
yeah. Well, I also want to thank Rev Limit Workshops. They kind of help pay for the team and our entries to these kind of events, and can't be more thankful. I don't know. I just thank everybody because the whole race, you're all working together and trying our best to cooperate with each other. Alert each other if stuff was happening on track and using our eyes. It was a good race. It was a good day.
Well, and before I let you guys jump out of here, if we do this again, and it is at Daytona in 6 months or wherever Chad decides to take us, with Chad you never can tell. It could be anywhere on the face of the earth. You guys gonna be there?
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean it's too soon to tell, but if we're up for it again, we'll be there. But it's just too early to tell at the moment, honestly.
Alrighty, boys. Thanks for coming up here and giving us some time, and we can't wait to see you back on the racetrack again.
All right,
Thank you, guys.
Well, I think it's time for our overall winners to come up here and talk to us. Carlos, what do you think?
Go ahead and bring them up. Bring them on up.
That's right. We've got our overall winners from the 6 hours here in France. We got John and Liam. Talk to us about your race, boys. Talk to us a little bit here before we get into the wet. What was it like in the dry with the new track state and the track always changing? So talk to us a little bit about that.
The new tire is kind of overpowered, maybe, because the car's a lot faster with these new tires, without a doubt. So it was interesting to drive on them and put in. I mean, people were in 320s, which is full fuel, which is pretty damn fast around Le Mans. Yeah, it was a good race, and track was good. Temps were good till the rain came. Then it got a little iffy. But Liam drove a great race. Put me on his back and carried me today. So hats off to him and his stellar driving. Good job, Liam.
Thanks, dude. I literally just got back from a piss. That was great timing.
And you're live.
Oh,
Open
Hey.
mic, brother. Open mic.
hey. How you guys doing?
Well, we were doing pretty good. I saw you on the racetrack, Liam. I don't think I was out there with John, but I was out there with Liam and fastest guy out there. So John just broke down a little bit of his early race and into the wet. So talk to us about your early race and what you thought of the track, and especially with the new gravel system and the track getting pretty dirty in some of those areas.
Yeah, it was pretty sketchy at a couple laps. I had I think it was out of Dunlop. Someone went off, and usually it's flat through there, but there was gravel everywhere, and you couldn't see it last second. You had to lift, or you're going to be in the wall. A couple sketchy places in the wet, like at Porsche curves. There was one particular puddle to the inside of a curve that you'd have to go over, and you would almost hit the wall in aquaplane. It was super sketchy, but overall the tire model actually seems pretty good. Like, these cars seem a lot easier to drive overall compared to before. because we were doing a lot of practice to get to around about the same pace compared to now, only about a week compared to like a month worth of practice. So the time model is definitely quicker.
Massively.
Yeah, and talk to us a little bit. Talk to us, and this for both of you, about how it was when it started raining. You know, because we had some practice in the rain. I'm not sure if you guys were there, but we had 6 hours of practice. We had 3 last night and 3 the night before, and we got some rain in the practice session last night, and we were able to stay on the slicks last night for the most part. And so I think that's what everybody was kind of thinking tonight when it started, or today when it started raining. Everybody stayed on slicks until it was kind of past too late. I mean, when the track got wet enough for wets, I felt like everybody was wrecking at that point. There was cars going off everywhere. Chaos just ensued, and that's really kind of what made or broke your race at that point, was based on how you managed that situation. So talk to us a little bit about that and what you felt like, and did you guys get wets on your car in time, or were you guys a little bit late to the party for that?
I was on
we were a
the
lap
slicks.
short.
Yeah, I was on
Yeah.
the slicks when it started raining and trying to hit our pit window on the number. I think I probably stayed out 1 lap too long. That was a sketchy end lap, to say the least, to get in and keep it off the wall and clean. But we made it and didn't lose too much time, and Liam had gotten us a nice gap, so it worked out okay. And so yeah, probably 1 lap late getting on the slicks, but I would have thought it would have, like you guys said, would have been slicks for at least 1 more lap, but it wasn't. It deteriorated quickly, and it didn't seem like it was raining that hard. I don't know if they changed the rain model, because it didn't look like the rain was that heavy. It kept saying the track was very lightly wet, but it didn't drive very lightly wet. It drove wet. So yeah, probably 1 lap too long for us, but worked out. We kept it clean.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys felt the same thing there as well, that I felt like you went through there one time and it was lightly wet, and then the next time all of a sudden there was puddles on all the curves, like the next lap, and it was just like, oh, it's wet out here now.
Yep. Yeah, I ran wide in Indianapolis on my end lap and might have been able to reach out and give the wall a high five, but missed it, so it was okay. But yeah, it was a little treacherous on the slicks.
So talk to us
that's
about
fine.
how you guys managed it in the wet. Once the track got wet, because I don't know if you guys ever went back to the dry tire. Our team did not. We, of course, were in a different class. We were in a GT3. We stayed on the wets till the end because we just felt like even though there was a dry line developing, the curbs were still wet. There were still puddles, so we just wanted to err on the side of caution. How did you guys manage the end of the race, and how did you guys avoid the puddles, and how did you have to change what you were doing on the racetrack once the track was wet?
We had a bit of a weird moment at the end of the race because we realized I think it was that fuel calculator was off. We had to save a lot of fuel to not make the splash, and I was like, I could probably do it. Tried to do it. I think we were like 6 liters short, so we just decided to pit. Didn't take tires. Didn't think anything of it. It was probably just dry enough for dries, but like you said, it's not worth it considering you run wide by 20 millimeters and you're in a puddle and then you wreck. So just bring it home at that point. Essentially, we had a big enough gap just to turn down the pace and just drag it home.
Well, all right. Before we let you guys jump out of here and celebrate your victory, and hopefully we'll see you guys back here in the next time we do this. I believe I'm going to lobby pretty hard with Chad for this to happen again every off season, and so like in 6 months or so we'll try to get this thing started up again and do it again. We hope to see you two out here, especially since you won the thing. You kind of got to keep coming until you lose.
If I'm aware of it, if I'm aware of it and can do it, we'll be there. It was fun.
Yeah. Who helps you guys out here?
I just happened to see you guys on. I actually went to the forum to look for the upcoming special event schedule and happened to see you guys and was like, oh, Le Mans, let's see. And asked Liam if he was available, and there you go. It was pure chance. Would never have seen it otherwise because I don't really go to the forums for anything except for, the upcoming season's, special events. But I want to say something real quick. I want to say thanks to everybody that was driving today. Like the driving standard was really good. at times we even thought, man, this is too good, because sometimes people are being overly polite, which makes it a little confusing. But it was refreshing to drive with, people who were aware of situation and aware of what's happening around them, and not just turning in on people and things like that when you have to pass in, riskier situations than on a straight, obviously. So to everybody that was racing, thank you. It was a pleasure. Appreciate the good driving.
Well, Liam did get mad at somebody out there. I think he got mad at me one time.
He
had
gets
to
it.
let me know.
I get
That's
mad at
normal.
everyone, dude.
Yeah, he
That's
just cusses a
me.
little bit, and then he's fine.
Yeah, that's different. As long as during the race, whatever, that's you can get mad. When the race is over, just forget about it.
Exactly.
But real quick before we let you guys jump out of here, who helps get you guys to the racetrack? Any sponsors you guys want to thank? Any shout outs you want to give?
Nah, I just give a shout out to my
Nah.
teammate. He put me on his back today, so thanks, buddy.
Thanks for not wrecking the car. So shout out to you.
Well, all right, boys, and I think they're already gone. So kudos to those guys. That was our overall winner. They seem like a nice couple guys there. So hopefully we'll see them back. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Chad will try to get those boys in the Warriors for Peace series and get them involved in the Elite series. A lot of guys out here were new. There was a lot of guys we hadn't seen in the Elite series at all in any of them. So this was an opportunity for some new guys maybe to get involved and
Let's
see
go
if they
ahead.
stick around.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and bring in Stephen and Camp, who I believe is representing LNR, and then we'll also bring up Mackenzie later. Or I guess we'll do Mackenzie now.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Mackenzie,
Stephen is also my teammate as well.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah, same team then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Chris, go ahead and take it away.
Who do we have here?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
And Stephen, I'm Camp.
Yeah, I think you spoke to me earlier as well.
I did. Yeah, they were both representing NLR Esports.
Well,
Indeed.
all right, boys. Talk to us about your race and everything that you guys had to overcome this race to get back up here and be part of it.
Hang on, let me start my checklist, and hang on, it's still going. So yeah, I started the race, my first ever race, as I mentioned to your colleague earlier, and it was a fairly simple first stint. It was a little bit inconsistent, and we had some issues with the pit stops, but sort of first race teething issues, it kind of happens. And then Florian got in the car and unfortunately had a screen glitch, so ended up crashing the car through no fault of his own. So we lost a number of laps fixing the car, and then the rain came. And Mackenzie here took over the car and did a fantastic job on his debut with an hour's notice, which was fantastic to get us back into some form of contention. After jumping out, Flo got back in, finished his stint, did a good job, although had another accident which led us back to pit lane for an X amount of time. Excuse me. And then Neil's got in the car and chased down like an absolute tomahawk. It was the 54 car, but we missed that by 6 seconds because we couldn't get past the leader to get the extra lap we needed.
Well, nonetheless, it could have went way worse. And you mentioned then the rain came down. I don't think anybody expected it to rain when we saw the rain percentage, and even after the green flag waved, I don't think anybody expected it. So when that rain was coming, were you guys caught off guard by that and taken by surprise?
Well, we did keep an eye on the weather. Me and Mackenzie were watching the weather quite closely, but it sort of sprung on us quite quickly. And we were prepared for it. Got onto the tyres when I think we got onto the tyres maybe one lap too late, which cost us a little bit of time. But you sort of one of those things you live and learn, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think that's been what everybody's saying. They got on one lap too late. I just think everybody was surprised because even after the race started, the rain chances were 7%, 11%. Like nothing looked like it was going to rain at all. And then all of a sudden, like a half hour before it rained, the spotter went off on our team and said, "Hey, there's rain coming." And then we looked at the radar, and there was a whole lot of rain coming.
I think the biggest surprise that I personally found was while Mackenzie was doing his stint, we looked and the rain was supposed to finish, and as it cleared up, we thought, oh, okay, it depends on how long the track's going to take to dry, and well, I'll let Mackenzie explain, but it never did, and even by the end, 2.5 hours later, the track never dried for some reason.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
I wasn't too keen on the weather coming down, and I started seeing the rain, and I thought, oh no, it's not looking good. But as soon as we went onto the wets, when I started getting out there, started feeling confident with the car. It came to our surprise that I was the fastest out there in the GTP. So it was a good surprise. I was comfortable in the car, had full total control of it, and then it just started coming on from there, and we slowly brought ourselves back into the race, and then we swapped over to Nils. No, Flo, sorry again, Neil.
But nonetheless, you guys had a great finish. We were talking about you in the last 20 minutes and how you guys had overcame a lot. And that 54 in front of you had overcame a lot too. They were wrecked on the very first lap of the race there, and driver made a little mistake over there coming out of the first chicane, I believe it was, on the
Yeah.
backstretch. So they had to overcome a lot too. So you guys and the fueled up team had to overcome quite a bit tonight and stick with it. Of course, a 6-hour race, you never know what all can happen. And like I said, we're gonna try to do this again. I think every about 6 months or so. So you guys gonna be back with us in 6 months.
That's certainly the idea. We'll talk to our team bosses and make sure we get signed up.
Yeah.
And what about maybe sticking into Elite here for the season 8? You guys gonna try to find some place in Elite here to run?
That we'll have to chat to our bosses about, but I'm sure we'll be around. This ain't the last you've seen of us.
Well, all right. Before we let you boys jump out of here, why don't you go ahead and give a shout out to your bosses, any sponsors or family and friends you guys want to shout out here?
I'll start off. I'll say a shout out to my mum and dad. Also a big thanks to my sponsor Brendan. All the guys at NLR as well, Harley and Dylan, for giving me the opportunity. And a big thank you to my teammates for such a great drive and such a good experience for my first debut. And also a big shout out to Dom as well.
I don't know how I can't top that. So.
Well, all right, boys. We'll let you guys jump out of here and go to work, and hopefully we'll see you on the racetrack here soon when the A season starts. And if not, I'm sure, like you guys said, this isn't the last we've seen of you, so we can't wait to see you on the racetrack again here for another one of these special events.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Cheers for having us.
Well, Carlos, it was a long day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a fun day.
We're not quite done yet. Let's go over these final race results in terms of teams and where they finished. And then we can call it a day here for us tonight. I'll start first with the GT prototype class. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo got that win over 40 seconds ahead of second place in class Abbott Motorsports. Little Eagle Racing got a podium, got a third place finish there, with Abbott Motorsport Orange finishing in fourth. Fueled Up Racing got that fifth place battle, very close fifth place battle between them and NLR Esports, which ended up finishing in sixth. We just spoke to the representatives here not too long ago. JMS Racing 7th, Lake Norman Motorsports 8th, George Quill Motorsports 9th, and 4D Raceware 10th, who I believe was Ryan Gavel, or excuse me, no, that's Austin Hunt, and then finishing actually 22nd overall, 10th in class. As we move on into the LMP2 category, it's almost a podium sweep for George Quill Autosports as they got class victory and class second place, but Pierce Graphics Racing got that third place in class finish. The GTP George Quill Autosport entry got fourth, and Lake Norman Motorsports got fifth place.
Yeah, and I believe that's where Ryan was in the car he drove, and his teammate ended up not showing up anyway, so not a great weekend for that team right there as far as that car goes. But then we get into the GT3s, where this is where the banner is carried for Lake Norman, as they are going to win with GT3 Red, Lake Norman Motorsports. Then you got George Quill Autosport finishing second, and Lake Norman once again they're in third. And we get South Shore Racing, Sim Racing Brotherhood, Venom Racing, which is Dave and Ryan, I believe is who drove that car, so kudos to them. Jesse Racimus and Shift Esports, late entry last night, and they had some speed early and then ultimately ran into a little bit of trouble. And I believe that is it.
Yeah, I think we can wrap it up for tonight. I think I'm going to go to bed. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, it was a great race. It was a fun race to be a part of, a fun race to broadcast. A little bit of double duty there. I was a little bit busy throughout, the 6-hour event, but it was a heck of a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it again. And like I said, I'm going to push for the 12 hours of Daytona sometime in June or July. So if anybody out there likes that idea, just spam Chad with it on Twitter. 12 hours of Daytona sounds like a great event. And we'll see if we can't make that happen. It was wet out here. I got to get a change of clothes. Pit lane got soaked, and now there's a dry line developing. So if the race was still going on, we'd have had another interesting cycle of stops there and what tires to take. I want to give a shout out here real quick to Carlos. He's the reason we were live for all 6 hours. Of course, Dave and Chad for all that they do for Elite and putting these events on. And shout out Warriors for Peace. They made all this happen. This was a charity race here tonight for them, or today. I keep saying tonight. It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But so shout out to all those people that made this happen, and we can't wait to do it again. And we will see you tomorrow night, live from Las Vegas, where we will crown a truck champion. So make sure you tune in, and we will see you there.